I will come to order. It's now 5:43 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage as outlined in E3. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $141,951,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage pursuant to the estimates. I will now invite the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage to make opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish to introduce their staff to the committee, please do so. I now recognize the Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I trust that you can hear me. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kmaq, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I also want to acknowledge that people of African descent have helped shape the history and culture of Nova Scotia for more than 400 years. I am pleased to be here today to highlight the work of the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage, and to speak about our priorities for the year ahead. Before I proceed, please allow me to introduce the members of my senior team who are joining me today. With me is Justin Houston, Deputy Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. Catherine Berliner, Deputy Minister of Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives. Wanda Fletcher, Executive Director of Financial Advisory Services. Associate Deputy Minister Dwayne Provo. The Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage supports communities across the province to be welcoming, inclusive, and accessible, providing a great quality of life for Nova Scotians and an experience for visitors. We value the collective diversity of our heritage and our people, and we believe this rich culture helps create healthy, active, growing communities. We have recently added tourism as a division of the department, a transition that began in the fall of 2021 and was formally completed on January the 1st, 2022. We are excited about the opportunities that will arise and are already arising from having tourism as part of the department. Tourism is a vital part of a strong Nova Scotia economy, and we have so much to offer visitors from around the world. We know the pandemic has been hard on tourism operators, and we want to help our industry stand out and succeed. As a division of the department, tourism will be even better equipped to promote all that Nova Scotia has to offer, from our unique events and cultural destinations to our diverse cultures and vibrant communities. For all the partners and sectors that we work with, and there's many, COVID recovery is top of mind. Since March 2020, in 21-22, artists, performers, musicians, and venue operators continued to cope with uncertainty and instability as the various waves of the pandemic and the necessary public health measures that the province implemented in response limited their ability to reach their audiences. Theaters and museums operated at diminished capacity and sometimes had to close their doors for weeks or months at a time. Recreational facilities dialed back programming and limited spectators. Major events were postponed or canceled. CCTH continues to help our sector partners and community organizations weather the waves of the storm. The department provided more than $1 million in COVID recovery funding in 2021-22, including a funding program for summer theaters to offset the cost of reduced seating capacity, because of COVID-19 gathering restrictions, valued at $78,678. Supplement funding of $165,000 from Music Nova Scotia's Community Presenter Program, providing arts and culture presenters with break-even funding for live events. A $250,000 Culture Innovation Audience Engagement Fund to help arts, culture, and heritage organizations re-engage with their communities. And $583,000 in case-by-case emergency support for organizations who identified the need for additional resources to stay afloat. We continue to support arts, culture, and heritage organizations through our funding streams as well. Arts Nova Scotia oversees a budget of $3.2 million to foster creativity and innovation in the culture sector and support the role of artists in building Nova Scotia's unique identity and culture. This includes $1.34 million in operating assistance to organizations like Symphony Nova Scotia, Ships Company Theatre in Parsboro, the Mermaid Theatre in Windsor, and it also includes $1.5 million in project funding to help artists and organizations create and present their work. The department's Culture and Heritage Division also operates the $1.5 million Culture Innovation Fund, which empowers more inclusive communities by using culture and creative expression to address social needs and create opportunities for Nova Scotians. This fund encourages joint community projects that find new perspectives and new ways to address complex social issues. And we have certainly seen some of those issues become more complex and challenging over the past 2 years. As one example in the past year, the Culture Innovation Fund provided $50,000 to the East Coast Music Association Wellness Program, which focuses on the mental health and wellness of musicians. The COVID-19 pandemic has been hard on everyone, and it has been uniquely difficult for groups like musicians who have faced challenges to their livelihoods. We know it's so important to invest in supporting the mental health of Nova Scotians in the creative industries. And through the Festival and Community Development Program, we helped 32 events find ways to operate during the pandemic, including the First Clare Disability Pride Festival, which celebrated how people with disabilities are reclaiming the word disability as something that makes them unique and gives them a distinct point of view to contribute to their communities. The program also helped the Emerging Lens Cultural Film Festival adapt and present a successful online version of their event. This festival, in its 11th year, continues to nurture emerging artists and filmmakers and provide opportunities for creators who have traditionally been underrepresented in the film world. We also saw our libraries continue to play an important role in their communities during the pandemic. Libraries are a gateway to knowledge, and they are also a gathering space and an important hub in their communities. Over the past year, as they found ways to continue to provide important services to their patrons, libraries also went above and beyond to keep Nova Scotians healthy and safe. Across the province, libraries distributed important information on COVID-19. Many served as rapid testing sites, distribution centers for take-home tests as supplies allowed. We know that across the country, the pandemic has especially had an impact on racialized and marginalized communities. And here in Nova Scotia, the department continued to support an equity-based response to help address needs in some of our most vulnerable communities. African Nova Scotian Affairs continued its partnership with Health and Wellness. The Nova Scotia Health, the Health Association of African Canadians, and the Association of Black Social Workers to provide access to vaccines directly in African Nova Scotia communities, where people would feel comfortable receiving care in trusted community settings. This approach has been a model of how community and government can work together in partnership to address community needs. I'm going to turn now to speak more about tourism and the great work underway as we work to help the industry rebound and thrive. It was a commitment in my mandate letter to increase tourism marketing with a focus on local operators in homegrown tourism. I am thrilled to share that beginning this fiscal year, we have increased the tourism budget by $2 million to allow tourism to work with community stakeholders to further develop and promote our unique Nova Scotia places, attractions, and experiences. Tourism recovery is happening, and we are optimistic 2022 will be a better year for the industry. In February, we launched marketing campaigns in key markets in Canada, the Northeastern United States, and overseas to inspire people to visit this year. The campaigns were launched 2 weeks earlier than usual to take advantage of when travelers in these faraway markets start planning their trips. The campaigns are performing well, and tourism businesses in the province are reporting strong bookings so far. Based on research reports and visits to the province's official tourism website, novascotia.com, there's lots of pent-up demand for travel, and interest in traveling in Nova Scotia remains strong. To further boost these efforts, our government invested $12 million in March to help tourist accommodation operators and regional marketing organizations with their marketing initiatives. In this competitive environment, we are working closely with the industry to ensure Nova Scotia is front and center with potential visitors through marketing activities that highlight the breadth and quality of places to go and things to do. We know that labor and decreased air capacity are among the factors that will make it challenging for the tourist industry to return to pre-pandemic levels quickly. Over the coming months, we will be working with the Halifax International Airport Authority, the J.A. Douglas Sydney McCurdy Airport, and a working group of key stakeholders to develop a marketing plan to restore and establish new air routes between Nova Scotia and our key travel markets. The pandemic also reinforced the need to encourage digital adoption and make sure our province is a compelling destination year-round. We are working with operators to develop and enhance unique travel products and experiences for all seasons. We are also offering programs and services to help businesses improve their online profile and digital marketing ability. In partnership with Digital Nova Scotia, we have created an industry-leading online resource center where tourism operators can access tools, templates, webinars, and one-on-one support from digital experts on everything from website design to social media and digital marketing strategies. Over the next several years, the tourism team will work with the film industry to identify opportunities to leverage Nova Scotia-produced movies and TV shows to promote our province as a tourist destination. We see so many opportunities in both tourism and film that will grow our economy and mark Nova Scotia as a prime destination to visit, work, and live. Film production has been booming in Nova Scotia. This has been one of the safest places to work during the COVID-19 pandemic, thanks to the strong leadership of public health. And filmmakers and producers turned to this province in soaring numbers. The Nova Scotia Film and Television Production Incentive Fund received an increase of $23.6 million in 21-22 to support the additional demand. The fund supported 90 projects in the past fiscal year, including projects like the popular documentary series, The Curse of Oak Island, the Netflix series, Lock and Key, and the CBC drama, Digstown. And as a government, we have committed our support to help the industry build on this momentum and continue to grow. As the Premier recently announced, we are making a further $23 million investment in the film sector with two major components. $8 million toward a sound stage that help film become a year-round industry, and $15 million for a Nova Scotia Content Creator Fund to be used over 5 years. These are investments that the film industry has been seeking for years. 2021 was a banner year for film production in Nova Scotia, and 2022 is continuing that trend. We are making these investments now to help the film industry grow sustainably. A soundstage will help Nova Scotia's film industry move from a seasonal industry to a year-round economic generator. It will allow Nova Scotians in the industry to stay here instead of heading to Vancouver or Toronto during the winter months. And it will increase our capacity to attract productions to Nova Scotia while helping the industry create up to 500 new jobs in the next 5 years. The Content Creator Fund will be a top-up grant to support Nova Scotia-owned film and television content above and beyond the existing film and television production incentive fund. This fund, the Content Creator Fund, will support local productions and help Nova Scotians directors, writers, actors, and performers thrive. These investments will also help build equity in the industry, allowing more underrepresented stories to be told and supporting a more inclusive workforce. We are supporting a healthy balance in the industry, increasing capacity to serve big international productions while making sure that local creators have the support and resources they need to grow and thrive. Communities, culture, tourism, and heritage also plays a big role in supporting healthy, vibrant communities in Nova Scotia. It's no secret that healthcare is a top priority of this government, and I'm proud that this department plays such an active and proactive role in helping Nova Scotians develop and maintain healthy lifestyles. Sport infrastructure is a backbone of so many communities in Nova Scotia. The local community center, the local rink, the paddling club, the outdoor fields and trails for walking or biking. These are all gathering places where children, youth, and people of all ages learn new skills, forge new friendships, and develop healthy habits that will last them a lifetime. As a longtime educator, a hockey coach, and a parent of 6 kids, I've spent more than my fair share of hours in rinks in Pictou County and across the province. I know how much they mean to communities, and I also know how challenging it can be, especially in some of our rural areas, to keep up on the cost of maintenance in these facilities. Another priority in my mandate letter was establishing the Rink Revitalization Fund to help offset those costs. And I'm pleased to say we put that program in place right away. In January, we announced the first round of recipients for the $1 million fund. We supported 33 rinks across the province, and the department is reviewing applications now for the second round of funding in the upcoming fiscal year. This fund helps facilities like the Oxford Arena, which received an investment of about $92,000 that they will use to add a community room and make the building more energy efficient, bringing down costs and helping the rink operate more sustainably for years to come. We also made investments in healthy communities through the Recreation Facility Development Grant Program, a $1.5 million fund that supported 41 projects this year, including the Parsborough Community Playground Society, which is working with the municipality of the County of Cumberland to build an accessible, inclusive park and playground. Recreational Trail Expansion Program provided another $960,000 to 29 projects to develop and extend trails across the province. In this fiscal year, we were also able to make one-time investments in several important sport and recreation infrastructure projects that will benefit Nova Scotia for years to come. Many of these investments have been years in the making. And I'm so pleased that we've been able to help sport and community organizations advance these important projects. Lake Banook in Dartmouth is a world-class gem that has hosted multiple national and international paddling events, including the upcoming 2022 ICF Canoe Sprint and Para Canoe World Championships and the 2023 North American Indigenous Games. It's also a lake where hundreds of children have learned to paddle and swim, developing skills and habits that will benefit them all their lives. We invested $3 million in the Banook Canoe Club to support significant infrastructure upgrades and another $1.5 million to upgrade the finish line tower so the lake can continue to support major events. We provided $635,000 to the Springfield Lake Recreation Center to enhance its baseball fields, so more youth in the growing community of Middle Sackville will have access to minor ball. We invested $2.7 million in sport and recreation projects in Cape Breton, including a fully accessible recreation complex at the Hawks Dream Field in Dominion and an outdoor multi-court recreation facility in Inverness County. And an investment of $5 million will allow Sport Nova Scotia to provide accessible equipment and programming across the province for athletes with disabilities and allow more kids with financial needs to take part in sport through the Kids Sport program. The pandemic has truly heightened just how important it is for our physical and mental health to stay alive. With these investments will help bring down barriers and give more children, youth, and adults access to sport and recreation opportunities across the province. But we also know that physical activity doesn't have to happen in an organized sports setting. Through Let's Get Moving Nova Scotia, government's cross-departmental action plan, we are working with community partners to improve physical activity by encouraging people to make movement a part of their daily lives. In partnership with Doctors Nova Scotia's Healthy Tomorrow Foundation, the second phase of Make Your Move campaign was launched to pilot a community toolkit that will help people build more movement into their daily routine. The department also provides funding and support across the province through the Active Communities Fund, the Municipal Mi'kmaq Physical Leadership Program. These programs help First Nation communities, municipalities, villages, and nonprofit organizations develop and implement community-wide physical activity plans and encourage more movement through people's days. We know that attracting and retaining medical professions is another important measure to ensure Nova Scotians have access to the health care they need. CCTH provides funding to the Healthy Community Stream to help community leaders embrace physicians and their families with projects and initiatives that draw on Nova Scotia's diverse cultures and creativity. This fund supported 12 projects with $200,000 in 21-22. One example is the Soldiers Memorial Health Foundation in Middleton, which used their funding to host community connection events where new physicians and their families could take part in cultural activities alongside community members. Initiatives like these help people feel welcome and included, like they have truly arrived at home. Within the department and within the offices and divisions that are also part of my portfolio, we lead or support much of their work within government to make Nova Scotia a more inclusive and equitable province, where everyone has access to the resources they need to succeed and thrive. Addressing racism, discrimination, and hate and advancing equity is important to me, and it's a priority across the department and the offices. Staff from the Office of Equity and Anti-Racist Initiatives worked with the All-Party Committee and held extensive engagement with Nova Scotians to develop the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act that was introduced earlier in the legislature. As you have heard me say on the floor of the House, this groundbreaking legislation will make us a leader in Canada and give government a framework for addressing systemic racism, hate, and inequity in all walks of life. This legislation also addresses systemic discrimination, hate, and inequity toward marginalized communities, such as the 2SLGTBQ plus community, newcomers and immigrants, and people with disabilities. It also recognizes and calls for action to address the intersectionalities between communities. And it's certainly not the end of the journey. We will continue to work with the communities most affected as we develop a community network and a provincial strategy to eliminate systemic racism, hate, and inequity. The network will provide a shared space for government and communities to work together to address these issues. Help make Nova Scotia a more welcoming and inclusive place to visit, live, work, and play. Through the strategy, we'll also work with public sector partners, including municipalities and villages, universities and colleges, and crown corporations, to support them and take in action as well. For us to be successful in this work, we need everyone to be involved and accountable. The legislation has a strong focus on accountability. We will be responsible for publishing a report to the legislature each year detailing efforts across government to address hate, inequity, and racism. The office will also provide regular updates on our engagement website and through an equity dashboard. The dashboard will be built based on the type of information Nova Scotians want to see, and what they have told us will show them we are making progress. In addition to the work required by the legislation, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives will work with other departments to ensure equity and anti-racism are considered in developing policies and programs. This includes ensuring community engagement throughout the process, not simply at the beginning or end. The office will also work with departments to evaluate existing policies and programs to identify and address systemic inequity and racism. These evaluations will build on previous reports and analysis that may or may not have been effectively acted upon. And we are already working toward change on many fronts. African Nova Scotian Affairs, Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage, and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives has worked with the Department of Health and Wellness and a group of community partners called the Primary Reference Working Group to advance the health race-based health data initiative. This project is another example of how government and communities can and must work together toward a more equitable province. With government support, community partners led extensive engagement and consultation in their respective communities to help inform the language and categories that the healthcare system will use when it begins collecting this data later in 2022. Collecting and interpreting race-based data will help identify and address unfair differences and inequities in healthcare. It helps government and healthcare workers understand which communities need greater healthcare support and why. It also helps the healthcare system better serve racialized people by working together on community-level programs and initiatives. This approach on data will also be expanded through the new legislation, which requires the development of an equity and race-based data standard. Communities have been telling government for decades about their concerns with systemic inequity and racism. It is no longer okay to say we don't have the data to support what we are being told by communities about their experiences in the education system, in the justice system, in the child welfare system. The data standard will enable government to consistently collect data about our equity, marginalized, and racialized communities. And just as important, it will ensure that the data is used with community input and intent to benefit communities rather than causing further harm. At OEA, staff continue to work hard on the Land Titles Initiative, which helps residents in the historic African Nova Scotia communities of North Preston, East Preston, Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, Lincolnville, and Sunnyvale gain clear title to their land. In November, we completed the transition of Part 1 of the Land Titles Clarification Act to the responsibility of the office. And since that transition, I can tell you that I have signed 5 certificates of claim and 4 certificates of title. In the prior 3 years, the average was about 8 certificates per year. And we've completed 9 in the past 5 months alone. So that shows the great progress is underway. Staff continue to resolve cases through other streams as well, such as property migration. We continue to look for ways to remove barriers and advance the initiative to help people gain clear title to their property. And across the divisions within CCTH, there's great work underway to support equity, diversity, and inclusion in all the sectors we serve. Within that department, we have an Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Leadership Committee that has hosted several first voice sessions and book clubs with leaders and authors from racialized or marginalized communities to help develop a deeper understanding among staff on the impacts of systemic discrimination. We are working to diversify the membership of the agencies, boards, and commissions, or ABCs, under our responsibility, and to help create an inclusive culture among those ABCs. Work is underway to provide EDI training and toolkits to the leaders and members of our boards, including to community members who serve on library boards. As a department, we are also committed to accessibility and helping businesses and community organizations become more accessible. CCTH administers the Business Accessibility Program and the Community Accessibility Program, which each have a budget of $1 million to help businesses and community facilities become more accessible for people with disabilities. For example, through the Business Accessibility Program, the Edgar Harris Medical Clinic was able to purchase a specialized exam bed to serve their clients with disabilities. And through the community stream, the department supported the Center for Equitable Library Access with $50,000 to continue to convert print media into accessible platforms such as audio and digital text. By 2025, Nova Scotians will have borrowed more than 595,000 books and other media in accessible formats from provincial libraries. The department participates in the Treaty Education Implementation Committee, led by the Office of New Affairs and the Mi'kmaq Culture Activities Program funds community groups and organizations to help preserve Mi'kmaq culture and heritage. The Community's Sport and Recreation Division continues to champion the Black and Indigenous Coach Mentorship Program, a partnership with the sport community that creates an inclusive and supportive learning environment for new and aspiring coaches. This helps coaches develop in their learning, and it also benefits athletes who get to see someone who looks like them in positions of leadership. And at Arts Nova Scotia, the Arts Equity Program helps professional artists from communities who have historically faced barriers to accessing funding. Again, this not only benefits the artists, but creates a ripple effect for the future artists their work will inspire. This is an important message to remember and relay about equity when we address barriers to access and support underrepresented communities. When we say no to systemic racism, hate, and inequity, it leads to better conditions for all Nova Scotians. We all benefit when everyone has increased access to opportunities and resources. Our communities are more vibrant, and we become even more appealing to visitors and people who want to make Nova Scotia their home as we look to grow our population in the coming years. As Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs, I want to say a bit more specifically about how we are addressing anti-Black racism and supporting African Nova Scotian communities. In addition to the work that has been mentioned, ANZA continues to advance the work of the Counters in Action Plan for the International Decade for People of African Descent. The goal of this plan is to create a province where African Nova Scotians have equitable access to all the opportunities our province has to offer. To support and enhance NSA's work, we have added a dedicated Associate Deputy Minister, Dwayne Provo, along with 6 program administration officers and 3 new regional offices. One in Digby, serving the Digby-Annapolis-Kings County region. One in Glasgow, serving Pictou and Ignace-Geisel counties. And one in the Preston area, serving the historic communities of North Preston, East Preston, Cherrybrook, and Lake Loon. With these new offices, joining existing offices in Halifax, Yarmouth, Toronto, and Sydney, African Nova Scotia communities across the province will have greater access to programs and services. We have heard loud and clear that rural African Nova Scotia communities have unique needs and concerns, and we've increased our staffing and support to help meet those needs. We have also made investments in 2 community hubs serving African Nova Scotia communities. Recently, I traveled to Digby to share the news. The government is providing $3 million toward the Jordantown Gayaville Conway Betterment Association, known as JACBA Center of Excellence. And I can tell you the communities were thrilled to hear this news. JACBA and the Digby Education Committee have been working for close to a decade to bring this project to life, and they are planning to break ground this spring. This facility will include a community room, gymnasium, stage, fitness room, library meeting room, seniors area, and rental space. It will serve as a true culture and economic hub for African Nova Scotian communities in Southwest Nova Scotia. We have also invested $1.7 million in the Richard Preston Center of Excellence at New Horizons Baptist Church in North End, Halifax. New Horizons is a flagship church of the African United Baptist Association, founded by Richard Preston almost 190 years ago. And it has always served as a community hub as well as a spiritual home. This funding for the Center of Excellence will allow for more tutoring and mentoring programs, community services, and gatherings in the renovated space. ANZA continues to work across government, supporting important initiatives like the Child Poverty Strategy being led by the Department of Community Services. It also supports and works closely with community organizations, such as the African Nova Scotian Decade for People of African Descent Coalition, and helps facilitate African Heritage Month celebrations around the province. In February 2022, the theme, Through Our Eyes, the Voices of African Nova Scotians, recognized the legacies of people of African descent through their first voice, lived realities, and experiences. African Nova Scotian Affairs is proud to collaborate with Dalhousie University's Bridge into Agriculture, a program for African Nova Scotians. This program will provide African Nova Scotia students with better insight into the agriculture industry. Important initiatives like this one will help open doors and increase African Nova Scotian representation across the sectors of our provincial economy. I have mentioned the role of libraries, and I want to highlight that the department provides funding and support to many arts and culture hubs, including libraries, the Nova Scotia museums, locally managed community museums, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, and organizations such as the Black Culture Center and the Millbrook Culture and Heritage Society, just to name a few. These important sites and organizations help showcase Nova Scotia's unique and diverse culture and heritage. And through the Nova Scotia event strategy, the Events Nova Scotia team takes a proactive approach to attracting and supporting major events in the province that draw visitors and market Nova Scotia to the world. Of course, the pandemic has had an impact in this area as well, but the team has worked closely with industry partners over the past 2 years to share guidance and best practices on virtual events and safe hosting guidelines. As we move into 2022, major events will be a key economic driver for the province, helping us recover from the pandemic and welcome back visitors. And we have some exciting events on the horizon, including the 2022 ICF World Canoe and Para Canoe Championships taking place at Lake Quinault in August. We'll see everyone there. And the 2022 49FX and NACROD 17 World Sailing Championships on St. Marcus Bay. This is another area where it's an asset to have tourism as part of the department. The events and tourism teams can work closely together to put Nova Scotia's best foot forward as we welcome athletes, support staff, and fans from around the world. There are many other programs and initiatives I could mention. Staff have worked hard on phase 2 of the program improvement plan to make sure all our programs, funds, and grants are modernized and effectively meet the needs of the communities we serve. I've had the opportunity to meet with and hear from many organizations, especially in the arts and culture sectors, who have shared about their needs. We've also heard directly from sector representatives who compiled the important report, Building Back Better, a vision for culture sector recovery. The department business plan for the coming year outlines many of the ways that CCTH will support opportunities for growth proposed in Building Back Better. Some of the key initiatives include working with staff at labor, skills, and immigration to identify supports for increased training to meet growing labor demands in the creative sector, working with environment and climate change to support opportunities in the creative sector to promote education and action on climate change, increasing equity, diversity, and inclusion across the arts, culture, and recreation sectors as we support COVID-19 recovery. The past few years have certainly been challenging, and we know people across our sectors are still feeling the impacts. This government will continue to work with our partners to listen and to do all we can to help find solutions in film and tourism, in arts and culture, in museums and libraries, in sport and recreation, and across all our sectors, so these important creative industries can not only rebound, but grow and thrive. A recent highlight from one of our museums in November, the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic, launched a beautiful new exhibit, How Unique We Still Are, which reflects how Mi'kmaq people remain connected to the lands and waters of Mi'kma'ki. This installation brings together cultural artifacts, symbolic artwork, and the first-person testimonies and personal histories of Mi'kmaq people from across the province to connect past, present, and future. And it is presented in Mi'kmaq, English, and French. In introducing the exhibit, guest curator Selena Kemp said, "This exhibit is intended not only to educate the public about our continued existence and treaty relationship, but also to provide Mi'kmaq youth with a sense of cultural pride." This description is an example of what we aspire to do across the department through our programs and services and the organizations we support. We provide opportunities for people to come together, opportunities to learn about other cultures, opportunities to break down barriers and advance our collective well-being. And we want to create a province where everyone is included and welcome to celebrate and take pride in their culture, whether they are Mi'kmaq or African Nova Scotian, Acadian or Gaelic, a member of the disability or 2S LGBTQ plus communities, a generational resident or new to Nova Scotia from another province or country. Mr. Chair, I'd like to conclude my remarks by providing a brief overview of the Department of CCTH that I've witnessed during the last 8 months. As George Bernard Shaw once said, "Those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything." Open-mindedness, respect, and trust permeates throughout the culture of CCTH. It is present in everything the employees do. The department, beginning with deputy ministers, ADMs, and throughout the employees' various levels of responsibility, are open to ideas and always willing to consider creative, innovative, or novel approaches. These ideas often come from within and through engagement with community groups and organizations. And that was readily observed during the past number of months through OEA and their engagement with community. Great things are happening in CCTH. One of the main reasons for departmental success is the concept of shared responsibilities. Things are seldom done by one person. They are done by a team of very qualified people that are enthusiastic and devoted in the work they do. Their goal or major focus is always helping all Nova Scotians. I'm very fortunate to be with this department and have the opportunity to work with a group of dedicated and very knowledgeable and friendly leaders within their area of expertise. Communication is their strongest attribute, and communication occurs daily with other departments in government. CCTH exists of a comfortable blend of skilled and experienced long-term employees and newer talent possessing a great knowledge base. Culture and art, recreation, leisure, and sport activities play an important role in our communities. Their many benefits include improving the health and well-being of individuals, contributing to the empowerment of residents, and promoting the development of inclusive communities. These activities are relevant to people of all ages, abilities, and levels of skill. Participation in these areas may be one of the few opportunities people with disabilities have to engage in community life beyond their immediate family. CCTH takes appropriate measures to address inequalities with proper access to activities. The department encourages and promotes participation to the fullest extent possible of persons with disabilities in mainstream sporting activities, ensuring that children with disabilities have equal access with other children to participation in play, recreation, and sport activities. Mr. Chair, we know there's more work to do. As a department and across the offices and divisions connected to this work, we are committed to finding creative solutions and making Nova Scotia a place where everyone can succeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And now I will entertain any questions members may have.
Thank you, Minister. The time is now 6:31. According to the practice as developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examine the minister on the estimates resolution. Only the minister may answer the questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and for your long speech and the information that you gave. And before I start, I must say that green background looks wonderful on as a background. So you're looking very nice and healthy and comfortable, but very well dressed for the background as well. I have, of course, many questions, but I'll start with the building vibrant. Oh, I also wanted to thank all the staff that are with you tonight. I'm sure that is not easy for them to be taking all these long hours, and thank them for the preparation, and I hope they have a lot of the answers to a lot of the questions that we will be asking tonight. So please give them my regards and thank them for being there tonight. So let's start with building vibrant community programs. We know that each year there's an overwhelming number of applications that focus on food security. I just wanted to know, was this the case for the most recent round of applications? Maybe you can give us how many were received and how many actually got funding.
I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question from the member from Clayton Park West. I don't know if the member from Clayton Park West ever played the game of softball, but there's a game of softball called the lob ball, and I was assuming that she'd start things out with a lob ball. I could hit it out of the park, but she fired a question that I had to hesitate for a few minutes and collect my thoughts. But having said that, thanks for the question. And in 2017, 2018, Mr. Chair, the government of Nova Scotia at that time announced a 5-year, $20 million investment in action-oriented projects with the goal to test innovative ways of addressing poverty in Nova Scotia communities. So in each of the 5 years, the application and guidelines referenced the grants were part of a 5-year investment to determine how government would make future investments and take action to address poverty. There was no expectation at that time that the program would extend beyond the 5 years. So annual investment focused on 3 streams of work, Mr. Chair: the building vibrant community, a partnership between DCS and CCTH, investment in poverty reduction government innovations, social innovation labs. The Building Vibrant Community grants offered the opportunity to build the capacity of community organizations and encourage partnerships among communities to work in the communities, to build vibrant communities, to prevent poverty by attempting to break the cycle, alleviating the effects of poverty, and enable Nova Scotians to exit or leave poverty. 21-22 fiscal year was year 5, the final year of this particular project, pilot project. The 5-year investment facilitated more collaboration across government departments, new and deepened partnerships between the government departments, community organizations, stakeholders, and different levels of government, and support for community-oriented innovation, employment, and skills development. As a result of the learnings, community input, and investments from the past 5 years, government is now committed to work across numerous departments to establish a 5-year target for the reduction of childhood poverty. CCTH offers many supports and funding programs that communities and groups can apply to in order to address poverty and other issues. We would encourage groups to reach out to our staff to discuss their ideas, projects, and challenges, and discuss ways our programs could help. With regard to food security funding is available across a number of departments and just not CCTH. Over $2 million in funding in emergency food funding during the past 2 years. We also talk about food delivery and other projects that occur through not only our department but many others. The final round of VFC funding is in the fiscal year 21-22 provided funding for 24 projects. These included Black Girls Gather through its Graduate to Employment, offers a free sponsorship program that connects Black women who are recent graduates to skill development, resources, and mentors who help them achieve their employment goals. Nova Scotia Community College Foundation. This program seeks to provide wraparound supports for Indigenous students attending Nova Scotia Community College, offering flexible financial support that can meet a variety of needs. This is a new program designed in collaboration with Nova Scotia Community College Indigenous student advisors our Human Rights and Equity Department, and our Student Awards and Experience Office to meet the unique needs of Indigenous students at Nova Scotia Community College. The program is designed to help Indigenous students across the province address everyday financial issues that can get in the way of academic success. The program takes a tiered approach, and the levels of support students can access will vary depending on the level of urgency and the need for longer-term solutions. Adian's Place provides a food and clothing closet that is free for the community, especially for at-risk youth ages 11 to 17. So this Adian May Fund provides clothing, laundry facilities, hot meals daily on site, and take-home meals such as bedtime snack, breakfast, and school lunch. We can reduce food and clothing poverty in our community. The YMCA of Southwest Nova Scotia, the proposed program, Basic Budgeting for Youth, Taking Control of Your Money, is designed for young people aged 15 to 25 years who have expressed a desire to better understand finances and empower them with the knowledge to transition into independent living. The crux of the entire thing since it started 5 years ago is the fact that it permeated through many, many departments, not just the community culture and tourism and heritage, which was a great thing to see, having many other departments come on board to work towards reducing child poverty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I was trying to figure out where you're going with this, Minister. My question was very simple and clear. Every year you receive so many applications. I wanted to know how many were received, just the total number of applied in regards to food security, and how many actually received funding. I got the number 24, then you went on talking about 3 or 4 of them. So 24 received funding. How many applications did you actually receive that did not receive the total? And then 24, I'm assuming 24 was the number that received funding. Was that correct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the 24 grants is certainly accurate. The exact number over and above that, we can get that information for you. The average amount was in the ballpark of $25,000.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. So an average for the 24 projects is about 25,000. That's wonderful. And you will let me know, you will send me the information on how many applications you received in total. And also, if I could ask at the same time, if we can get a list of the recipients and their provincial distribution. Where are they? So we would like a list. If you have it tonight, we would like it. If not, just send it to us at a later date. That will be great. The list of how many of those 24 projects, where they are in the province, and the names, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we would be delighted to provide that information and don't have it at our fingertips right at the moment, but we can certainly gather that information and provide it to the honourable member.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the Minister. This is wonderful, if you could. And it's hard for me to ask the next question is because I was hoping you'll give me how many actually were received, how many applications, and I'm assuming it was much larger than 24. And my next question was, do you think that the food security, because we know in the past we've received many applications and the amount of grants wasn't never enough to satisfy all of them, do you think that we should be separating the fund for food security from the vibrant community and provide their own funding stream? for food security applications or projects. Sorry.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with regard, we're aware that the pilot program is reached the end of its of the project, but we have learned a lot of things throughout those 5 years, and as a result, there's a lot of initiatives that various departments are looking at, not only CCTH, but a lot of other departments. And I think of examples like Summer Street Industries in Glasgow, and that particular facility, and I'm sure some members around the table there would be aware of it. It's an absolutely wonderful facility that works with a lot of adults with intellectual disabilities, and their plans are this year to create a new greenhouse, and through this greenhouse be able to produce food that they can use for the various purposes that we're talking about, and to combine with that, to give the opportunity for some of the people that attend Summer Street Industries a chance to work, to learn with the produce that they'll be making, and also at the same time earn a living wage. So it's a 2 or 3 prong sort of adventure. But those types of things are happening because of what we have learned over the past 5 years. I can think of another place out in River John, which is also in Pictou County, that have a program there that provide food supplies that trying to reduce the food security problems that we have faced in our province. So I believe, if I can remember, with the River John project, I think the department here itself, CCTH, provided $651,000 to River John to promote this particular food security program. So again, in summary, there's a lot of initiatives being discussed right now across many departments, and going forward, I anticipate a lot of different things happening with regard to the topic that we're talking about right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just my calculation, you said 24 projects, approximately 25,000 each. So about 600,000 was spent on food security, or this is in general. How much of it do you, now that you're changing, if the 5 year is finished, this program for Vibrant Community, and you're going to start different programs, how much of that money that was allocated for building vibrant communities is going to go to food security? Do we have any idea?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a question the honourable member had a few minutes ago, I believe, was a number of total applications, and I think it was 51. And those 51, 24 grants were provided. What I don't know right at the moment is just how many of them were tied directly into food security. A lot of them were, but for a total of around $600,000.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you for that number, Minister, the 51 applications. So about half received funding from the Building Vibrant Communities this year. And if we can get that list, I'd really appreciate it. I'll move on to arts and culture. And in your speech, you mentioned that the Building Back Better, a vision for culture sector, the report, I'm assuming you've read it, and also the roadmap to recovery and rebuilding Nova Scotia's live performance sector. I have a couple of questions in that. Can your government commit to implementing any of these recommendations made within these reports? If you can tell me which ones.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with reference to the question from the honourable member, we realize, I mean, it's a strong strategy, and support for the principles that are intact. But some of the key initiatives include working with staff at labor, skills, and immigration to identify supports for increased training to meet growing labor demands in the creative sector, certainly is one. Working with environment and climate change to support opportunities in the creative sector, to promote education and action on climate change. And these things I had mentioned earlier in my opening remarks. And of course, increasing equity, diversity, and inclusion across the arts, culture, and recreation sectors as we go on and support the COVID-19 recovery in our province.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice change. All right. Thank you. So there were three of them that I will look into after. And I know that invested in the film industry, for the film sector, but it wasn't. When we look at the budget, would you be able, please explain why there is no funding earmarked for the arts and culture sector? Without looking into the film industry, there is absolutely no money was into the arts and culture sector earmarked for that.
I recognize the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the honorable member for the question. Uh, one thing about that particular sector is the operating funding has remained stable. It certainly hasn't decreased. And it's about 45 million toward Culture and Heritage Development Division. And I can honestly say that it's something that has been discussed around the board table at CCTH. I would say probably a week hasn't gone by where there has been meetings and discussions and briefings dealing with the sector. I personally have met with the sector. Our staff continue to engage and work with the sector to help them rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic. And as I mentioned earlier, the operating fund remains stable, and and there's a lot of discussions going on, even with my own colleagues in my caucus. If you look at Minister Corkin Greek, for example, if you're I'm not sure if you're aware of her background, but certainly she has a great love for the arts and culture world, and we've had many discussions about that and exchanging ideas and so on to help that sector. But the most important thing is we continue to have dialogue with them, our department, our staff in our department, as the days and weeks go on. So we provide operational support for 153 not-for-profit artistic, cultural, and heritage organizations across the province, including community museums. And of course, these are well-established organizations with a proven track record. Our department, CCTH, works with the Nova Scotia Provincial Lotteries and Casino Corporation, which provides investments to these areas through their support for culture and support for sport programs. And these funds are, there's examples of nonprofit organizations that receive operational funding from CCTH, like including the Mermaid Theatre of Nova Scotia, the Ross Creek Centre for the Arts, and the Black Culture Centre. So again, I guess a summarize of the answer would be the funding remains to be stable, and we continue to look at other ways internally how we can help the sector.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
My question to the minister, how can you say stable when they've just come out of 2 years of COVID, where they've had absolutely no revenue? A lot of these, for example, I'll give you an example, the Highland Arts Theatre, they did not qualify for operational funding. There are many who are struggling because they had to pay the lights, they had to pay rent over 2 years without any income. And you're saying to me, we're giving exactly the same amount of money, we're not going to help them to come out of this. Just to me, I don't know how you can say that. I know there is 153.
Order. Please refrain from using you.
Minister, I just wanted to know, out of how many organizations split the current operational funding? You just replied to that and said 153. Can we get a list of which organizations, the 153 that got the funding this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, besides the operational funding being the same throughout this time, we also in 2021, there's an additional 2.1 million in emergency support for arts and culture organizations. And that was just to provide them, some stability to remain stable and healthy and able to maintain or restart their operations in some cases within the public health guidelines that they had to follow. So over and above the standard funding, we did add $2.1 million within 2021.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Exactly what I was going to say. Sorry, I wanted the date because I thought that was the Liberals who invested the 2.1, not the new government. Can I confirm that? Is there any new money from the new government for operational support?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And besides the standard operating funding, we did supply some emergency support to the organization, to that sector.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
If I may get an answer to two things, will I get a list of organizations that split the operational funding, all of them, if it's 153, if I get a list of those, and also the emergency funding that you just spoke about, how much was that? And when? How much and when?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we, although we don't have it at our fingertips right at the moment, we certainly will provide that information to the member, how much and when, and how much emergency support, and the list that you referred to. So we'll definitely provide that as quickly as possible.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I'm very grateful and look forward to getting that information. So I'm just wondering how many have asked for operational. Do you have an idea of how many asked for operational funding and you said no, or we couldn't supply? If you can give me a list of those as well in the future, I would really appreciate that as well. And then I'll move on to the next question. Okay, I've noticed on page 5.3 from Programs and Service, there is a reduction sorry, let me just get the 5.3 just to make sure I have my figures right. In the programs. Okay, so in the estimates for 21-22, there was 45,294,000, and you are reducing it by 208,000 for the estimate of this year. Can you tell me why we're going down when we're just coming out of COVID? And if you can give me some detail, explain why and where these changes are going to be reflected in the budget. Who's getting cut? Who's getting cut? 208.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with reference to that question, it's somewhat on the complicated side, Mr. Chair. I'd probably have to go back to university and take a couple more math courses to work my way through it. But there's 533,000, Mr. Chair, that went to the Hawk Dreams Field in Cape Breton. But this was partially offset to the transfer of two NSBI film staff. So there's a lot of moving parts going on in what we're looking at in that particular page. So I guess there's no really reduction. A lot of moving parts. A couple staff being transferred, and 533 to the Hawks Dreams Field project. So I guess to answer that question, that there's when we work our way through the ashes, or may I say the dust, it's there's definitely no reduction. It may look like that when you glance at the printed page, but that's not the case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So I just want to clarify to make sure I've understood it. We've taken money from programs and services that we give to people and given it to salaries in the film industry, correct? That's the answer for those 200,000?
No, that's incorrect, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sorry.
Hold on, Minister.
Yeah. I misunderstood. That's why I'm clarifying.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
I guess I just repeat that answer. No, that's an incorrect assumption.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So I'll take it as it's moved around from one to the other. So my next question, I'll move on to, is the McPhee Center. What amount has your government committed to the McPhee Center this fiscal year? And is there any consideration in increasing this amount in future years?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable member. Looking at the information at my disposal, I don't have the exact information that the member's looking for, but we'll certainly find that information for the member and certainly pass it on.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
That's wonderful. If we can have that information in the future, that'd be great. I will move on to Business Accessibility and Community Accessibility Grant. Maybe the minister could give us an update on the Business Accessibility and Community Accessibility Grant programs. I will add one more to it. And has the department had to deny applications solely for the purpose of not being, there is enough funding for the community stream? How many applications, and have you had to deny some?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one thing comes to mind before I give some information on the community accessibility, and then after that, I'll mention some things about the business accessibility. Is the fact that one thing immediately that I saw in the department when I first entered was when an application comes in from some area of the province, and the staff do due diligence and looking at the application to make sure that it meets the criteria for that particular funding. Often, and to my surprise at the time, was the fact that sometimes an application doesn't specifically fit the funding. And what I've seen them do over and over again is go to their counterparts in the CCTH to see if there's any other funding programs that might be able to help that particular community, that particular organization. So that's something that happens consistently. As far as the community accessibility, Mr. Chair, it definitely demonstrates government's commitment to persons with disabilities by providing equal opportunity and certainly improve access to community facilities. And the government wants Nova Scotia to be a province where everyone can live, work, learn, and play in an environment that is inclusive, welcoming, and fulfilling. The community accessibility grants help local community groups make their facilities more accessible to the people they serve and to those that work or volunteer within their organizations. Community accessibility grants are open to nonprofit community organizations or groups, Nova Scotian Mi'kmaq communities and municipalities. Under this program, Mr. Chair, the provincial government will make investments up to 2/3 of the direct and indirect costs to a maximum of $50,000 of renovations, installations, or equipment, with the sponsoring organization being responsible for at least 1/3 of their improvement project funding. Mr. Chair, the types of facilities or eligible facilities include things like community halls, meeting facilities, libraries, community parks or playgrounds, community culture heritage facilities, shelters, group homes, nonprofit, and of course, sport and recreation facilities. So the types of projects that we often get through the department are requests looking to include ramps, power door operators, lever door handles, barrier-free washrooms, elevators or lifts, audio signals and loops, lighting, color contrasting for visually impaired, and accessible community playgrounds. So, Mr. Chair, some examples would be maybe 2 or 3 examples. One would be an investment of $20,000 to support Digby and Area Recreation Commission. Of course, that situated in the town of Digby, Digby area. This investment facilitated the installation of full motion sensor double sliding accessible doors that created an independent barrier-free path of travel into their venue. Another one was $17,500 to support the Truro Curling Club. The Truro Curling Club wanted their facility to be fully accessible, and they've been working on their own for quite some time on improvements of accessibility features for the last couple of years, and they applied for a grant to install a lift to access their second level. With this feature now completed, the organization again is ready to apply to this new fiscal year to finalize their accessibility needs with upgrades to their front entrances and the approaches to the front entrance. A third and final one would be the investment of $50,000 to support Center for Equitable Library Access. And in March of by March 31st of 2025, and I mentioned this earlier in my opening remarks, public library patrons in Nova Scotia will have borrowed, in a ballpark of 595,000 books and other media available in accessible formats. So this investment provides the necessary funding to continue to convert print media into accessible platforms for many of our libraries across the province. And community accessibility for 21-22, there's 105 recipients, 95 were approved, 9,800 was the average amount received, and the budget was $1.0 million. So that's for the community accessibility. Now, Mr. Chair, for the business one, which is now part of the question, and again, the business accessibility is another $1 million budget from CCTH, and it's providing grant funding through the for businesses. So it offers funds to business for accessibility related improvements, such as removing physical barriers that we often see around businesses, providing accessible communication and information, assistive devices, accessible transportation, and education and training programs. So, of course, this program is furthers government's commitments to equal opportunity for everyone and improving the accessibility for persons with disabilities. So, to date, 32 projects totaling $738,000 have been supported throughout Nova Scotia to make accessibility improvements and remove barriers for persons with disabilities, both as customers, employees, at various locations of business in the province. There has been less uptake in this program during the 21-22, of course, due to the impact of COVID-19 on businesses. Normally, the number of projects that come into the department during the year would be in the area of 40 to 45 would be a safe average. Government proclaimed Nova Scotia's first Accessibility Act back in the previous government in 2017, with the goal of making the province fully accessible by 2030. And of course, the government's goal still remains the same. The funds are available up to 100,000 per applicant per year, and businesses can apply for funds under 5 program categories, including built environment. So 66% of eligible expenses to a maximum of 50,000. Accessible communication of information, which also would take care of 66% of eligible expenses to a maximum of $30,000. Assistive devices for disabled employees and customers, once again, 66% of their eligible expenses to a maximum of $30,000. A universal design capacity building, that one is up to 75% of their eligible costs. And another one is accessible transportation, which is again 66% of eligible expenses to a maximum of $20,000. So just 3 quick examples, Mr. Chair. One would be the Bador Lakes Inn. The department invested $50,000 in the Bador Lakes Inn to help this clientele create lower level full accessibility to 3 units, allowing persons with disabilities to independently access rental units and all other amenities. The Edgar Harris Medical Clinic, approximately $4,500. The department invested this amount to help this client invest in a exam bed for disabled individuals. This group had been striving to create universal access since a few years and realized this specialized piece of equipment would be instrumental in serving many of their clients that had disabilities. And the last one would be Murphy's Camping that received approximately $12,282. And again, this client was committed to access for a number of years, as evidenced by their fully accessible campsites, amenities, and facilities, but realized that they needed to improve their water access and ability to board, for people to board their recreational watercrafts. So the department invested over $12,000 to help this client install accessible decks, or excuse me, accessible docks, which provide greater water access to the community of the disabled. So again, with the business accessibility, everyone who met the eligibility requirements, 47 recipients received on the average ballpark around $16,500 in a $1 million budget for the year.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Minister. I've got lots of numbers here, so if I can have a list of who received these funding from the programs since September 2021, when you guys took office. You've mentioned 47 businesses received funding, and 105 and 95 approved. So I'm not sure which number have received. So a list of either the 105 or the 95 approved for the nonprofit organizations, I'm assuming, and then the businesses, 47. So if I can get a list of both the 105 and the 47, I'm sure if you don't have it right now, as long as I can put a tick that I will get it later, I'm more than happy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you're doing one heck of a good job here tonight. I'm impressed. Okay, keep up the good work. The With regard to that question, we'll certainly, to the honorable member, we'll certainly provide that information for you. Don't have it at my fingertips, but it's available on our website. However, we will provide it for you. I'll make sure that you receive that information. And to the honorable member earlier in questions, you had asked a question about the McPhee Center with the annual operating. The annual operating for the McPhee Center was $200,000.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West with 5 minutes to go.
All right, maybe I can get one more quickly, and that's Events Nova Scotia, and then I'll come, when I come back, I have lots of questions on tourism, but I don't know which one. So let's start with this one. The Festival and Community Event Development Program can be considered as a competitive program, typically seeing more applications than what the funding can support. I'm wondering if there will be an increase to funding now that organizations will need even more support to get their events back up and running. And can we also receive a list of the most recent recipients of this fund?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will attempt to answer the member's questions. And if there's a few gaps, you can always let me know what they are, and we'll do our best to come up with the answers. And again, as far as the list of people that received this, we certainly can get that information to the member from Clayton Park West. So it's not only CCTH that are providing funding for this here. One example would be ACOA. ACOA have funding for events, event funding. Development Nova Scotia also has. So there's certain areas that funding actually is coming from. We just happen to be one of those areas. And again, one thing that we realized once tourism moved into a division within our department, it was just like putting a glove on. It was just a nice fit to have tourism in, as with all our tourism projects across the province, especially Events Nova Scotia. I mean, they just work hand in hand to attract and entice tourists to our province. But again, the dollar value with regard to the budget, the budget did increase slightly because, I mean, we all, our government certainly does, and we all recognize the importance of festivals and events that occur across the province. And as I mean, it's a way to celebrate our culture and heritage, and certainly it events bring a lot of people together, not only from within our province, but from other
Order.
provinces.
The time has expired for the first hour for the Liberal caucus. It's now time for the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North. And the time is 7:31.
7:31. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Minister for his opening comments, and to all the staff at the Department of CCTH. Thank you for everything you do. I wanted to begin by thanking the Minister for quoting one of my favorite playwrights, George Bernard Shaw, at the end of his remarks. And I would like to say that one of my favorite quotes by George Bernard Shaw is, he was known to have said, a government who robs Peter to pay Paul can always depend on the support of Paul. So I'll leave that right there for you. Great socialist, George Bernard Shaw. Also, he said, without art, the crudeness of reality would make the world unbearable, which I obviously also agree with. And so that is where I will begin my questions with arts and culture. Now, my friend from the Liberal Party has already asked a little bit about this, so I'm gonna try not to repeat some of the questions that she asked. But I will start by referencing the two campaigns that are in the province right now in terms of arts and culture, and that is Home is Where the Art Is, and the hashtag Nova Scotia Live campaign. Both of those campaigns are highlighting the needs of the cultural sector, and in particular in light of what has happened in COVID. We know that the live performance sector has been the hardest hit across Canada and Nova Scotia. And we also know that the sector makes a huge contribution to our GDP, even in, besides all of the other contributions that art makes, like Shaw is talking about, how it makes our unbearable world better. But in terms of economics alone, culture is responsible for 3% of Nova Scotia's GDP, which is about $989 million. But we know that that is not the case this last couple of years because of COVID-19. So I guess my first question is to the Minister. I know that those two campaigns approached the Minister through letter writing. I'm wondering if the Minister has responded to the campaign.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome the member to the second round of questions there. And I certainly agree with you with the great contribution to our GDP from that sector, and I know. I know the last time she spoke about it in the legislature, she probably didn't want to use the word passionate. But, I mean, I know she's passionate, and there's every reason to be. And she's certainly not alone within the confines of the House. There's a lot of people in there that think a lot of the arts and culture. I must say, I can honestly say this, that. I've met with the arts and culture sector. And our staff continue to meet with them. There's ongoing dialogue, and we realize that they have they have been slammed hard by the pandemic, along with many other areas across the province. But certainly, arts and cultures certainly took, I guess, in other words, took a beating as far as what has happened over the past 2 years, and we're, the department is aware of that, and as I said, our staff continues to work with them, trying to improve things internally. The when you mentioned when you started to talk about, you mentioned a couple campaigns there, like the hashtag live campaign and so on. We haven't met with them yet, but we're absolutely open to meeting with them. I believe the campaigns are just sort of getting underway and so on, and we're definitely open to meeting everyone, listening to them, learning from them, and trying to improve the sector. So we appreciate that the operating grant programs provide predictable support, and we have focused on providing this targeted project support, and is aimed at helping organizations develop these new initiatives that impact communities and potentially new revenue streams. Dealing with your strategic planning and export market development. And as part of our program improvement initiative, we continue to engage with the arts and culture organizations, like I mentioned before, to review their funding programs. That's something that it constantly is going on, and including operating grants to ensure that they are meeting the needs of the sector. And again, as Minister for the Department, we have many, as the member certainly would know, many pressures from so many sectors across the province. And there's rare a meeting that we're not involved in, that the bottom line in the request is for increased operating expenses. And certainly arts and culture is in that category. And that's why we continue to meet with them to learn the needs of the sector and try to find innovative ways to help them. So, having said that, an increase in the operating was not approved in the budget, but we continue to be in regular contact, like I mentioned earlier, with our clients to provide the ongoing operating levels with additional project and staff support where we can. So again, there's different projects out there that they can apply for, and with regard to the different levels of project and staff support, I mean, 54.8 million in investments in March 2022, and of course, including 23 million to the film industry for a soundstage and content creator fund. And again, that soundstage is it's going to be a change. It's going to change the whole atmosphere of that industry in the province, because it'll be all year round soundstage that will help people in that industry from leaving the province and going to find some other place to work during certain months of the year. Now they'll be able to stay here in the province. There's 12 million for tourist marketing and digital adoption programs, and into other culture and recreational infrastructure projects. The government provided 14.8 million, and another 5 million to support Nova Scotia for accessible programs and equipment. So in 2021, I mentioned this earlier, 2.1 million in emergency support for arts and culture organizations was provided just to help them remain stable and healthy and able to maintain, or in some cases, restart operations within the public health guidelines. So it's no hidden secret that, we've made significant investments in the areas of film, tourism, and infrastructure. And knowing that these investments will also build a healthy and prosperous culture sector. And as you mentioned before, in the contributions to our GDP, these organizations certainly will make an important economic and social contribution to communities across our province. And I guess I'll finish my answer by saying we are there's very seldom a day goes by where the staff are not engaged either within the department or engaged with people across the province in the arts and culture sector, talking to them and trying to find ways to assist and help them. And I'll end there, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have no doubt that the staff in the department are very committed to the arts and culture sector. I know it personally, and I know it from talking to other, to stakeholders in the sector, and I really appreciate that. And I do appreciate, and I do believe the minister when he says that the staff and him are, meeting with the sector and concerned about the sector. I really do trust that. And I appreciate that. And I'm not going to really, continue on this point for very long, Minister. I assure the minister I won't, because I know he knows how I feel about this, and I know they all do who are listening. But I will it's my job, so I'm going to say this. So, to say that operating funding or operating companies are stable is inaccurate right now. So they are not stable because COVID has taken such a bad hit on them. However, I will say this also, that the funding has not increased in 20 years, really. I mean, there's been some small increases, but there hasn't been any really meaningful investment. And that, I guess, that includes the NDP government. I'm not, listen, all governments are at fault for this, but the fact is that it is impossible to be stable if the funding hasn't increased in 20 years. It's mathematically or whatever incorrect to say it because of inflation. So I appreciate that the department is continually grappling with this. I know that people in the department know that the increases need to happen. And so I remain hopeful that perhaps there will be some announcement coming that the Treasury Board will make a special, whatever you call it, allocation. What's that word? President of the Treasury Board? When you allocate money? Never mind. Appropriation. An additional appropriation at some point during this year to show the sector that the province actually understands its contribution to our tourism, to our health and well-being, to our ability to attract professionals to the province, to all of that. So I'm not going to belabor that point. I'm going to move on. In the minister's business plan, under the section Museums and Libraries as Economic Drivers, there is a plan to collaborate with Tourism Nova Scotia to promote libraries and museums as regional assets. So before I ask my question, I'll just say, again, could have included cultural institutions in that list. But anyway, is there an increase in funding to strengthen the operations of the museums and libraries that are being referred to in the business plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, once again, thanks to the member for the question. So, I mean, as the minister was sort of referring to in a number of times there, like museums and libraries certainly they're at the heart of all our communities across the province. And at the moment, there's no increase in the operating budget for museums, but we know, like for example, we know these libraries are more than a place where youth and adults go just to secure books and so on. They're a multifaceted operation now, and they're certainly a very important hub in the province, and they play a very important role in building a stronger community. And I can vouch for that with the Pictou Antigonish Regional Library back home. It's a marvel to see what they actually do now. So we have continued to maintain the 16.5 million a year in these operating grants to support the provincial libraries, and back in 2020, the government introduced a new funding formula for libraries that better reflect the role that they play in our various communities across the province. So we work with library boards and municipalities on this new funding formula that which provides a 2 million along with a new fund. It's a $500,000 library development fund that will allow some more support for libraries over and above the standardized operating fund. And this $500,000 fund, of course, is that libraries can apply for. It's just a lot of them will come up with a lot of unique projects, innovative programs, and type of service they're offering. And one example of that would be in the Pictou Antigonish Regional Library, the virtual health pilot program that they are offering. So there's extra money there that's available. So basically that extra $500,000, it's available to support innovation and the unique needs identified in specific areas across the province in these facilities. And again, like I said, for any other sector, and I want to thank the member for her generous compliments about the staff. I certainly agree with that. And they continue to work with all sectors across the province, including museums and libraries. So I'm not sure if the member is interested in me, talking about the Nova Scotia Museum. It's made up of 17 local managed museum sites and 11 directly managed museum sites, and includes over 240 buildings, more than 1 million artifacts and specimens, and numerous vessels. The one thing I think we were very pleased with is during the March break, the number of people that visited some of our, like the three main museums in the province. One being the Museum of Natural History, that saw an increase of over 38% from the previous March break, and there was over 7,800 people that showed up at the Museum of Natural History during the March break of this year, versus the approximately 3,000 the year before. And the Maritime Music of the Atlantic had an increase of about 46% during the March break, and that was 2,000 more visitors than compared to approximately 1,000 the year before. And of course, back in my neck of the woods, back in Stellarton, the biggest increase was there at the Museum of Industry, which saw a 47% increase in visitation. The museum had 2,050 throughout the March break in 2022. A year ago, they had less than 1,000, somewhere around 970 visits during that same time frame. But again, we know all these sectors are working as hard as they can to rebound from the pandemic. We're working with them and doing everything we possibly can to alleviate some of the barriers that they're faced with.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yes, I would agree that, I certainly in Dartmouth North, our library is, one of the centers of our community. And the staff there have truly been on the front line of the COVID pandemic and the COVID response. They were some of the first to have rapid tests available, and they, along with a number of other organizations, our library organized a coat drive last year and this year, winter clothing drive for folks because they weren't able to, collect their usual used clothing. They just do amazing things. So I just want to clarify with a very short answer, if the minister would be willing, just the $500,000 fund, is that for kind of anything that libraries want to apply for, or is it like thematically linked or with the library as a tourism asset? Like, in the application process, does the library have to make a case for how this will attract visitors to the library or the town, or can it be for programs that will serve simply the people that the library normally serves?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again to the member, it is an innovation fund, and it's very broad. It's wide open. If there's an initiative or a project that a library in any community across the province would like to initiate, the funding is there, and that's why that $500,000 is available for. So the answer is yes. It's pretty wide open to request.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you very much for that clarification. And I'm also interested in the statistics that the minister gave about visits to museums. It's great news that this year's March break saw such a huge increase in visits to museums. Certainly on March break, that is the kind of thing I do with my own children. But I'm surprised that there would be celebration. I don't mean to be sarcastic, but to compare to last year, so it's great that there's an increase, but if the comparison is last year, which we were in the heart of the pandemic when vaccines were only beginning to roll out, it doesn't seem super surprising to me that those increases would be the case this year when we, were triple vaxxed by March break this year. So I'm wondering if there's any kind of analysis of the growth this year compared to like pre-pandemic numbers. Are we still kind of in a recovery phase, or are we status quo with pre-pandemic numbers and growing? Could the minister give some analysis on that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly we're definitely in a recovery stage, and the numbers look so promising from what we have experienced over the past 2 years. So we're a little excited looking at the numbers in March break compared to last year. And of course, last year we were deep into the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of people did not want to venture out and visit places like these museums. So we were quite pleased the fact that there was an increase. We are expecting more of a rebound, and we're anticipating that the numbers will be even higher this summer. We're anticipating that and hoping for that. The other part of the question that the honorable member mentioned was and I don't have those at my fingertip right now. I was trying to get them. Is the numbers of visitors pre pandemic, like in 2019, for example, March of 2019. I don't have those at my fingertips, but we're definitely in recovery mode, and we were pretty pleased to see the numbers as this past current March break.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And my last question about libraries is that I'm wondering if or what the plan is to increase access to Atlantic Canadian authored works in our libraries in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the member. And I'll mention 2-3 things to the honourable member, and if there's more information that she may require, I'll be happy to secure that and provide it to her. But I personally have met with the book publishers of the province. The staff is expected is certainly working, engaged with the publishers of Nova Scotia publishing sector. There is initiatives afloat, like the one page. We are certainly committed to this here, and I think of the e-books that are available from authors from the province and not only Nova Scotia but across Atlantic provinces that are available. So join our dialogue with the Nova Scotia book publishers. That was discussed in our meetings with them. Basically, what the honourable member brought up here. So we are definitely looking forward to expanding this and helping the local authors thrive.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the Minister, thank you for that. Good to know that that's on the radar. But I had some questions about the book publishers program, so I will skip to them now since we're on the topic. So we know that it's our understanding that the Assistance to Book Publishers program, which, I believe has been in existence for about 5 years, is now under review. Would the minister provide an update of what's happening with that funding for publishers in the province? I'm wondering about the total amount of funding for this year over last, as well as the timeline for applications and distributing the funding.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the funding over the past few years or recently in recent years has been $1 million, and that's going to stay stable. It's going to remain at a dedicated funding totaling $1 million. And so, I mean, to address the COVID-19 impacts with the sector, Mr. Chair, we extended the terms of the 5-year investment for at least an additional year, providing support with priority projects and activities. So during our consultations and meetings with the Nova Scotia book publishers, they've been advocating to the department for a new and ongoing dedicated funding stream to support their initiatives. And CCTH has provided a cumulative $5,940,000 to 13 publishers, over the past few years. And the department also has contributed an additional ballpark $209,000 over the same span in support of the Atlantic Publishers Marketing Association. The Arts Nova Scotia, by the way, also provides support to the publishing sector in the form of approximately $125,000 annually through his project grants for a publishing program. So I'm not sure if that answers or gives the information that the member wanted, but I'm going to stop there, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yes, thank you very much to the minister for that. I guess a question of mine is that I'm wondering with the review underway, will the eligibility requirements for publishers be changed? So right now, and I understand the reasons for this, but right now it's quite exclusive. This money is available to an exclusive group. Currently, anyone who accesses that money must be an active member of the Atlantic Publishers Marketing Association and have published a minimum of 12 titles, eligible titles. 4 of these must have been in the past fiscal year. That's quite a tricky requirement to meet for many small publishers. Obviously, it makes sense for the Nimbuses of the world or the Formax of the world, but for sort of more either emerging publishers or just smaller scale, it makes it pretty tricky to access that funding. So I'm wondering if part of this review is exploring the eligibility requirements for publishers to be able to access that money.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the honourable member was discussing the criteria there with regards to some of that funding, and as she was mentioning the various pieces there of the criteria and so on, I was having flashbacks back to my days in the classroom with passing some requirements for my students if they wanted to get a pass in a certain subject. But I tell you one thing that I like about estimates is the fact that members like the honourable member right there will bring up some issues that are certainly great issues that need to be looked at and they need to be discussed. And this is certainly one of them. So we're going to borrow it from the honourable member, and certainly we're we're going to look at this further in the within the department discussions going forward. I mean, we look at different things. I mean, we look at trying to provide ways that the authors can export their work easier and better and more often and so on. But again, this particular issue here, I can assure the member that she has given us food for thought, and we'll certainly be looking at that criteria. I want to thank her for that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for looking at that. That's great. Lest the minister think that all I think about is arts and culture, Mr. Chair, I am going to ask some questions about short-term rentals and the tourist accommodation registry. The tourist accommodation registry and short-term rentals. How many short-term rental registrations have been made for the categories of 1 to 4 bedrooms, 5 or more bedrooms, or as platform operators? And so if the minister doesn't have this at his fingertips, happy to, get that later, but I just want to get that question on the record. So that's short-term rental registrations for the categories of 1 to 4 bedrooms, 5 or more bedrooms, or platform operators.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The honourable member surprised me there. I was expecting more questions from her, from the area that's so dear to her heart. But with regard to the accommodation, short-term rentals and so on, I don't have that information on the fingertips, but we'll try to acquire as much of the information as possible, and I will certainly provide it for her. I can say as much that we can certainly give her the information where people have registered. Now, I think it's safe to say that there's some short-term rentals that have not registered, and this bill that was introduced in the legislature today is looking at that part where if this was this time next year, I could probably give her a pretty total accurate of STRs that are in our province. So the information that we can acquire for the ones that have registered, we'll certainly provide that for her.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I will say to the minister that one of the most important skills of a good performer is being able to surprise their audience. So there you go. I've done it. Wanted to just ask about exactly what the minister has just mentioned there. Notwithstanding the fact that we don't really know how many short-term rental units are being operated in the province, what percentage of short-term rentals does the department currently feel that the registry is capturing? If best guess.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I couldn't hazard to guess. That's just like me walking into write a physics exam, think I'm going to make a 98. Mr. Chair, we actually don't have that information at our fingertips. Again, it's something that we certainly will as we continue down the road with short-term rentals in the province.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand that no fees, like either $50 or $150, depending on the number of rooms, no fees are being collected by the registry this year, and they haven't been collected for the years 2020 and 2021. Could the minister say what went into the decision to give people a break on short-term rental fees during a housing crisis, especially considering the fees are for people's secondary residences?
Airbnbs.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the decision that was made it encompass all tourist accommodations, not just short-term rentals and so on. And for obvious reasons, the pressures that were on during the pandemic during the last 2 years.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And how many fines of 1,000 to 7,500 have been issued for people who are operating short-term rentals but not registered?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, my understanding is 0.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And are we or are we not collecting fees from platform operators like Airbnb currently?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to check on that for the member, Mr. Chair, to get back with her with an accurate answer. But that information will be readily available going forward after some legislation works its way through the legislature and so on.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the Act allows the minister to suspend or cancel a registration if it's in the public interest. I'm just wondering, have there been any suspensions or cancellations of registrations for short-term rentals since the registry was created?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And at this particular point, none that I'm aware of. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the minister, thank you for those answers. I'm now going to move on again. I'm going to switch, not back to art and culture, but to recreation, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the minister a few questions about the Let's Get Moving Nova Scotia plan. So we know that before the pandemic, statistics showed that only 1 in 5 Canadians met the recommended level of physical activity for health benefits. And then, of course, the closure of sports facilities and lockdown measures and increased screen time during the pandemic have only made that situation worse. Sorry, I was quoting there, I apologize, from a federal committee studying the impacts of COVID. The committee also noted that during the height of lockdowns, only 3% of children were meeting the daily requirements for physical activity. Now, anecdotally, in my house, all we did was physical activity during the first months of the pandemic because I would have probably lost it. So every day we were riding our bikes and walking the streets of Dartmouth. But yes, I can see it, but that was tricky because, and people who were working, anyway, not everyone was doing that obviously and not able to do it. I was lucky. My question is the department considering updating or accelerating the Let's Get Moving plan in light of COVID's effect on physical activity?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the honourable member. I'm certainly pleased to hear that your household was very active during that time because there's certainly some households that were certainly not for a variety of reasons during the pandemic. But the more we can be even moving around, certainly the better better for our health. The with regard to the dollar value, the budget, there's an increase in the budget for this coming fiscal year. I believe it's in the ballpark of at least $700,000 in addition to last year's budget. And the other thing too is like that Let's Get Moving Nova Scotia. It's across several departments. It's a cross governmental action plan for increasing physical activity and just encouraging movement in the province. I can remember back many years ago, Mr. Chair, I had the privilege or honor or whatever of being the Minister for Health Promotion and Protection. And at that particular time, we had internally within our staff a project where when we came to work, that we wouldn't use the elevator, we would use the stairs. And again, it was a little project and a healthy project where it was most of staff members bought into it, and the just for that, the physical activity and so on. We are absolutely definitely committed to improving physical activity, and by redefining movements to emphasize, incorporating any sort of physical movement in the daily lives of people, regardless of what they're doing, who they are, what age they are, and so on. And trying to reach out to where Nova Scotians spend their days, if it's at home, if it's at work, wherever they're spending most of their time. And at the same time, using a lens of inclusion and then focus on, like, the opportunities that are out there that appeal to opportunities, I would say, that appeal to the less active population that we see in the province. And we also know that encouraging this physical activity wherever people spend their days certainly is so important to our mental and physical health, and in particular during the last 2 years during this pandemic. And by helping people, have the opportunities to be physically active is certainly, I think it certainly helps people as we move through this pandemic recovery. I can also think of partnerships, and one would be the Doctors Nova Scotia Healthy Tomorrow Foundation. The second phase of Make Your Move campaign, which was launched early in 2022. And of course, this is a public awareness initiative encouraging people to include, small amounts of movements into their daily routines, regardless of where they're going, what they're doing, and so on. And this particular phase will see the pilot of a community toolkit being available. I guess just some further examples, Mr. Chair, would be the municipal Mi'kmaq Physical Leadership Program. Provided funding to support communities to lead the development and implementation of community-wide physical activity plans. In 2021-22, this cost share program supported 47 community agreements to fund staff positions who serve 43 municipalities, 1 village, 11 Mi'kmaq communities, and the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center. So the forecast from CCTH for 21-22, the forecast contribution was $1,313,000. And just to finish off, my answer, the Active Communities Fund supported over 55 communities in the province, non-for-profits and First Nation communities. And through that, they were able to create initiatives that encourage less structure movement throughout their day. And of course, we've also supported the Nova Scotia Health Authority to gather information and plan to integrate physical activity, active counseling into their primary health care, chronic disease management, and wellness plan. And I know back in my neck of the woods, back home, various areas, including phys ed teachers and so on, are initiating plans in their schools trying to increase the physical activity of students on a daily basis. So we are hoping within the department and across other departments to encourage people to get active and be physical. And when I think of it, back in 2003, former Premier John Hamm created the Department of Health Promotion and Protection. And I remember talking to him, and he said the main reason why I wanted that department created was he could see the deteriorating health performance of a lot of our Nova Scotians, and he felt if we don't get active, if we don't start adhering to some good physical activity, that we're going to have a lot of people that will be suffering from a lot of chronic illness as they grow old. So that department began in 2003. I believe the former Premier Rodney McDonald was the first minister of that department, and I believe, Mr. Chair, and I may be wrong, but my memory, if it serves me right, somewhere around 2010, and that's ballpark. And it was removed and put back into health and wellness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North with 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2010, that's when the NDP was in government. Interesting. Well, it's great to hear the minister speak about the importance of health and wellness, or the importance of activity to our health and wellness. I hope, this is like, the minister's speaking my language here, Mr. Chair. Like, this is upstream health and wellness funding that is necessary, right? Like, we're talking, absolutely, we should be investing upstream so that folks do not develop chronic illnesses, that they can stay active as they age and not develop chronic illnesses. It would save the health. It would save a lot of human suffering. Obviously, that's the most important thing. But it would save the health and wellness budget, a substantial amount of money. And so I hope the minister is talking to the Minister of Health and Wellness about this. And I also hope the minister is talking to the Minister of Public Works about this, because I certainly will be taking the opportunity to talk again, as she is very happy for me to do, about active transportation. And this is the trail systems in Nova Scotia. They're all amazing. The Community Activity Fund, or whatever it's called, is awesome for that exact reason. But we need a sort of a province-wide strategy that involves health and wellness and public works. So happy to hear that our Minister of CCTH is on board. Probably the last question I'm going to be able to get in here is, speaking of other ministers, Hike Nova Scotia has asked the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, I'm saying it like that because the minister happens to be in the room right now, to increase funding for provincial parks, to increase winter access to trails. I'm wondering, has the Minister of CCTH spoken with the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables about investments needed so that people can have access to provincial parks all year round?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly aware of this. And our intentions and plans are certainly to be talking with the minister about that, Nova Scotia, and so on. And again, it's just walking down the street today. I mentioned to someone I was walking with regard to, isn't it nice the weather's starting to get warmer and we're going to see more bikes on the go. People being active, people being physical, and so on. The also, Mr. Chair, like I know through my initial career, 30 years in the school system, I coach. Well, actually, I coached, Mr. Chair, for 40 years in the community, 30 years at the school level, and I was very busy trying to make people active. And I can recall taking my class a number of times out for maybe a 15-minute stroll for a couple of reasons. One, just to get outside, breathe in some air, get some physical activity, and to get their minds off the books inside, so that when they returned, they would be fresh and ready to roll again. And I can remember one day taking the class out, and another teacher saying, where are you going? And I said, going for probably a 12-minute stroll around the block with my class. And the teacher said, "Are you allowed to do that?" And I shouldn't have said this, but I said, "Well, I can't see anybody here that's going to stop me." So anyway, away we went, and kids enjoyed it. They got some physical activity. They got outside the classroom, and if we read about the schools in the Scandinavian countries, we read, over in Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and so on, all the physical activity that they have throughout the school week. It's just totally incredible. And I've discussed this with several ministers of education in this province over the last number of years. And I want to mention to the member the fact that I didn't want to mention the NDP, so I just kind of flirted around with the year 2010, maybe 2011, but I think it was around that time, because I was very disappointed, because the reason why it became a department by itself was the fact that it wouldn't be swallowed up through the budget by the health department. They felt at the time if it was separate, it'd be more of a priority, more of a focus for physical activity if we had that department alone. But again, moving ahead to where we are now, we have a lot of work going on in various departments, health and wellness and our own. And the staff between the departments are having this discussion. I want to tell the members, right now, and I'll certainly be talking to Minister Rushton, very soon on this here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With 20 seconds. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the minister for answering my questions, and next hour my colleague will be up. So thanks again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Clayton Park West, and time is 8:31.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the minister is doing really well. Do you need a break, Minister, or anything? Is he okay?
No, thank you. I'm just raring to go. I'm just
Yeah. You're doing amazing, honestly.
I'm excited.
How much coffee did you have?
Well, actually, I don't drink coffee.
Oh.
No.
Me
I'm
too.
a red rose tea guy.
Me too. I just had my tea to keep up. I have one more question before I move on to tourism. And again, with this one is the Healthy Community Stream through the Culture Innovation Fund, another fund which was very successful during our government and helped support physician retention. Can you please share if this program is currently open, and if it's not, when will it be reopening?
I recognize the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe to the honorable member there, maybe as the evening goes on, I'll start drinking coffee, but we'll see. But anyway, as far as the healthy community stream, the budget again 21-22 was $200,000, and going forward 22-23 it also is again $200,000, and that particular stream, of course, it's helping community leaders and innovators to embrace physicians and their families, through projects and initiatives that are not only creative but are using their creative and diverse culture. I know in my own area, in all areas, of course, throughout the province, there's a lot of activity going on in our communities, trying to make visiting physicians to feel at home, to like Nova Scotia, to like the community, trying to integrate their spouse into activities and so on. Sometimes the spouse doesn't work and kind of feels left out in the community, not knowing anyone, and so there's all kinds of activities where, and I'll mention a couple. One being the why in a minute, but so to be considered for this particular funding, this healthy community stream, the applicants must consider their the community's assets and barriers, and how their community can better support physicians and their families just feel really at home in the community that they are visiting, regardless if it's in the Middleton or Eastern Passage or Cape Breton or wherever it may be. So the stream supported 12 projects in 21-22. Many projects were collaborative in nature, recognizing the importance of communities working together to create a positive picture of life in our province of Nova Scotia. Soldiers Memorial Health Foundation received $18,000 or approximately $18,500 to host seasonal community connection events to promote cross-culture exchange and opportunities for physicians and families to engage in cultural activities alongside local community members. I mentioned earlier with the YMCA. Well, YMCA of Greater Halifax Dartmouth, also in collaboration with WILD, that's across the province, received over $51,000 to connect new prospective physicians and their families, of course, with a Y guide navigator to do things like provide them a tour of the Y facility in the community, to set up a 6-month introductory membership program for them, and introduce them to all the programs that the Y has to offer. Also connecting, any family members, if there happens to be family members connected with the physician or physicians that are coming to the area. So basically, showing them all the resources that the Y has to offer. So just a few more quick examples. Like $13,000 was made available, Eastern Passage and Area Action Committee in partnership with Eastern Passage and of course their Area Business Association in creating a promotional strategy and tools, including a video highlighting the many assets of that community. And of course, included in that was testimonials from community members, from healthcare collaborators, school staff, businesses that are there in preparation of welcoming these new physicians and healthcare professionals to the community. Part of the toolkit will also include a community asset map to bring attention to Eastern Passage's many businesses and services, along with key resources and literature. Another example would be $40,000, Mr. Chair. YMCA that I mentioned earlier, the guide navigator. So that was $40,000 there. There was another 5,000. Fedora Lakes Day Camp Association, where quality programs and incentives for physicians and their families, where they can form, good connections and relationships with people living in the community. 10,000 to a Cape Breton Business Partnership. And again, just creating a program that has helped them purchase passes to local cultural and historical tours, dealing with maybe unique local products, gift cards, welcome baskets, and all those types of initiatives for new physicians and their families. Another 5,000 for Cape Breton South Recruiting for Health has produced a comprehensive guide with a list of all amenities and resources in the Cape Breton South region to introduce and welcome new physicians and families to communities in that area. And again, Mr. Chair, another, close to 15,000 for another association, basically doing the same types of things. 6,200 to Healthy Pictou County. And I must say, Pictou County has been a leader in this area, and Pictou County has been developing a local well-being program focused on the health of physicians and their families through connection, socialization, interaction with all kinds of various recreational opportunities that are available in the county of Pictou. So, and I had the opportunity to not only know some doctors in the area, some physicians that are involved in this here, but they're involved in the physical aspect of things. The municipality of the District of Chester received 15,000 to create a sustained community engagement program that again fosters connection and belonging for these healthcare professionals once they are recruited to their communities, because it's so important. It's critical to get them here, but it's just as critical to retain them. And anything that we can possibly do, and certainly through this healthy community stream, is one way that we are trying to do that. The South Queen Chambers of Commerce, Mr. Chair, about $15,000. That Chamber of Commerce there in South Queens developed a summer tour for doctors, medical students, interns, and their families who are interning or practicing in Queens County. And I can safely say that, Mr. Chair, my youngest daughter of 6 kids is finished, I believe, June 15th, in her second year of residency at Dow. And if I said once to her over the past 3-4 years, I've said it 100 times that if she wanted to do something for her father, is to get all of her classmates to stay here in Nova Scotia and set up shop somewhere across the province to help us out. So I'm still waiting for her to come across with that. I don't know, call it a birthday gift or whatever. But there was $15,000 given to the South Shore Multicultural Association to develop. What they did is they develop a newcomer settlement guide, and it's just a resource for physicians, to attract them to that area, to retain them to that area. So there's, maybe I'll just finish with a couple more. There's more than that, but the Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce, I think they received funding of around $23,000 to work on a strategy to build a broader plan to attract, support, and retain physicians and community volunteers through collaboration with communities in the area. And finally, the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation, they had funding around $15,000. And, for hosting seasonal community connection events to promote cross-cultural exchange and just opportunities for physicians and families to engage in cultural activities alongside local community members, because our tentacles are out there everywhere trying to attract and entice doctors to come to Nova Scotia. So there's certainly a need for a lot of these doctors to with their families to engage in cultural activities that they are familiar with. So I'll finish by saying the 22-23 fund is not open yet. We will be and are working with the healthcare professional recruitment office, actually just to determine, what is the best time to open up these applications for this current year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I tried to write all these, but really what I want is the list. And maybe if you can send me the list that you just read, I wrote most of them, but if I could have that list sent as well with the other 4 or 5 lists that I asked for already. To me, it's 200,000 for all these. You said there's 200,000 per year, and that was last year. Or since you've taken office, how much money has gone out? And if I could have the list to whom it went.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable member. Honorable Mayor, I'm going to have to buy you a new leather satchel because you're going to have a lot of lists before this night's over. But I'd be very happy to get that list for you, honorable member. We can make that available to you. And I'm not sure if the honorable member meant, if I understood her to say that the $200,000 that was available last year in the funding is or may not be available this year. I'm not sure if she said that or not, but just as a clarification, the $200,000 is definitely in the budget for this current year for the Healthy Community Stream. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll clarify that to the minister. Well, I really didn't hear it very well at the beginning. You said it was 200,000 before, and it's the same amount for the year coming. So I just wanted to make sure that you've not increased it. How is this? If it has worked really well, how come there was no increase? And if there isn't, I just also wanted the list of, since you've taken office, to whom it went since then, how much money was spent out of this 200,000 for 21, 22. I know you listed a lot of them. There's 15, 3 of them 15, there's a 40, there's a 10K, there's a 5K, and a 13K. But one of them was 51K. So have we gone above the 200? So if you can give me the list of this year's budget of the 200,000, was it spent? Have we gone over it? And if it's working so well, why can't we increase this? And to see if regional, I see a lot of PC ridings that got this money. I just want to know if there's any other ridings have received any money as well. So if you could give me that list, I would really appreciate it. So I have 5 different lists that I've asked for, the Building Vibrant Communities, the operational funding list, also the accessibility for both business and community. Then I also asked a list for Events Nova Scotia for the festival and community development, and this was my 5th one, which is a community stream as well. So there'll be 6 lists altogether I'm hoping for, and I will stop with the list and move to tourism. I just want a confirmation that the minister will provide me with that list as well on the 200,000.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Mr. Chair, I'm the minister responsible for lists. I'll certainly provide any list that the honorable member wants. Be happy to do that.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I truly thank the minister. That's lovely. Thank you. That makes my life easier. Now I'm moving to tourism. My first question is on page 5.2. I honestly want a clarification more than anything else. So on page 5.2 for tourism, the estimate for 21-22 was 20,671,000. The forecast, which is the amount spent, was 56,007,000. And this year in your budget, you're putting in 23,450,000. The spending was more than double, almost 3 times. I would like the department to give me an update on where that additional money went.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member of the question. Again, there was a lot of essential COVID support response, for example, like for accommodations and so on. And, as we look back over the last 2 years, the tourism sector, along with many other sectors, have had a devastating impact from the pandemic, with a lot of health measures that we're trying to protect and keep Nova Scotians safe. And so it certainly hit the tourist sector very, very hard. In fact, when I think back to pre-pandemic in 2019, I think we had somewhere in the area of 2.6 billion visitors to the province, where in 2020 and 21 there was about a billion, so it was down 1.6. But the forecast with regard to your figures there and so on, I mean, there's a lot of response to help all kinds of organizations inside the tourism sector. Like there's marketing activities was one example. Marketing activities was 9.2 million. The real property tax rebate was around 7.2 million, and the what they call the Restart customer attraction program that was provided, and that was about in the ballpark of 8.9 million. So and there's I don't have a numerical number on my fingertips, but in the marketing part of it, there's a considerable amount of money made available to help these to help the sector rebound from the pandemic.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Yes, I definitely understand the tourism sector was the hardest hit, and they needed help, and I'm happy that they received the help they got, especially in the first and second, in the 2020 and 2021. But for your budget, you've only increased it by 3 to 23 million from 20 million. So how, and we're still coming out of COVID, and it's going to take the tourism operators a long time to recover. How do you expect that this increase of just 3 million from the estimate of the year 21-22 would cover when it took more than 36 million of spending, extra spending, and you're just giving them 3 million more? So where did these figures, and how are you going to survive helping those tourist operators?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's awful nice of you to recognize me at this time of night. Okay. Again, I thank the honorable member for the question, and the like the $2 million that's in the difference there is certainly the 2 million is towards marketing in the sector. I can say that as the pandemic moves on, things change. And we are constantly talking to the tourism sector, constantly working with them, listening to them, learning from them, acting on some of their suggestions and ideas. And I mean, we will continue to always be open to assist and to help them. And again, because of that, there's different levels of support that are required or needed at certain times throughout the pandemic. Some needs right now would be, probably different from needs about 14 months ago or 8 months ago or whatever. So it just depends what part of the pandemic that we are in. But there's an Atlantic Canada agreement on tourism. I think there's approximately $875,000 involved in that. But once again, the 2 million is that's new marketing to help out the sector rebound from the pandemic, jump on their bicycles, I guess, and thrive throughout the province and the Atlantic region. Entice people to come into this province, Mr. Chair, to stay in our province, to spend their money in our province, to enjoy our province, to come back here and live in our province. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And compared to last year, this government increased their estimates for the department by 4 million in total. And since that time, Communities, Culture and Heritage has taken over tourism, which is a huge addition. I'm just wondering how does the department plan to oversee an additional division with only $4 million in budget increase? How many employees and
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the honorable member for the question. And I think looking at it here is the 21-22. That's the actual. It actually includes the tourism aspect of the budget. And the percentage up that like the 4 million that may have been mentioned. So the Tourist Nova Scotia marketing was 2 million. The rink revitalization was 1 million, and it was in the area of 800,000. And the included in the 21-22 estimates is I believe 20.7 million. And Tourism Nova Scotia only. I mean, it's only for tourism. Yeah, Tourism Nova Scotia. I'm not sure that answered the member's question or not, Mr. Chair, but we'll.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I think I'm more confused than I started, but I believe what you're trying to say. But the total amount, it went from 137,769,000 to 141. But I also see some discrepancies there that I would like to ask about. So I'm going to leave that question, and just before I forget, on the same page, 5.2, it's notable that the Office of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie has gone down, the budget for this year compared to the budget for 21-22. The African Nova Scotians Affair has also decreased. However, Gaelic Affairs has increased. Can you explain, under the new the new bill that we brought in for equity and anti-racism, and how do you see this faring when those two offices budgets have decreased while Gaelic Affairs has increased? It just does not look right to me. Maybe you can explain that one.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. That discrepancy that we are looking at is basically dealing with staffing vacancies. So it's basically the status quo, very, very slight decrease. And again, with the staffing vacancies, so there's new staff coming and going, and the new staff coming in, sometimes they come in at different pay scales. So that'll show a little difference in the numbers and so on. So I think that's where the decrease is showing, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So have we reduced the number of staff for Acadian Affair and African Nova Scotian? What do you mean, the decrease? Did they move from full-time to part-time? If you can clarify what actually happened, why is it decreasing, an exact reason?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question from the member. Again, the basically right across the various divisions there, or the offices, the number of staff have remained about this practically the same. You have to consider the fact that there's there's a fair bit of moving within the various offices and so on, and for that matter, departments across government, and sometimes when people retire or new junior people come in, their pay scale is at a different rate. But as far as the number of staff, that's it's practically the very same.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister. I will take that as just a staffing change, but it's not the budget for the department that has reduced. All right, the next one that I had was novascotia.com. Seems to be one of a one-stop shop for those who learn information on where to visit, shop, and stay in Nova Scotia. Does the minister know how successful the website has been in terms of visitors and inquiries? And does the department have any way of tracking how many of these website visits lead to sales or growth in the tourism industry?
We don't have a note on that information on that, but we can.
Minister, you're mute. You're not muted. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin a brief answer by saying that we'll try to provide as much information as we can to the honourable member. We're sort of in a situation where there's some new things here, like the Crown Corporation, arrived on our doorstep, the transition and so on. And although there's going to be data available, there's some data that we don't have at our fingertips, at the moment. Like we have different campaigns. All campaigns are tied to our website. The member mentioned about novascotia.ca, and there's doers and dreamers and so on. We also provided about, I think I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, about $1 million to businesses for digital offerings and so on. So there's a lot of work through the social media provided by the department to engage and entice tourists to visit our province. But the exact numbers right now, we don't have that data available right at the moment. Again, the division, it's only very recently that they became a division underneath the umbrella of community culture, tourism, and heritage.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. Maybe we can add that to the, it's number 6 on my list for lists. If you don't mind, just get me some information on how well this program is doing. The Nova Scotia, they can provide that, I'm sure, and you know, if there's tracking of this and how well, and if you have the list, you said you've given money to companies or businesses for their digital. Maybe a list of those as well will be wonderful. Those businesses that are using the digital money. The next question I have, we learned the news this past week that approximately 1,000 job vacancies in the hotel industry in Halifax. Given the department's plans to grow the tourism industry in the province, what plans do they have to support hotels in hiring more employees? Are these jobs that are included in our current immigration employment streams?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and want to thank the member for that question. I mean, it's a very important question. It's I've had the opportunity to more than once, of course, to talk with members of the tourism sector across the province, and I mean, you know, what are their challenges? And certainly one of the first challenges that they'll mention is labor. And so we heard from them directly, and and then they talked about how important it is to, you know, to obtain quality people with the right skill set for you know, their area of expertise, or their area of what they're involved in the tourism industries and so on, wanting to, you know, get the right product, the right people and so on. We are very busy dealing with this here through labor skills and immigration. There's programs that are becoming available for training for this sector. We're certainly daily working to address this challenge. I've had the opportunity to talk to the federal minister and all the ministers and the provincial ministers and territorial ministers across the country on a Teams meeting, and it was ironically they're all suffering from the same types of challenges. One being a shortage of labor, and another one was the fact that a lot of their areas were cut off from air access to their particular Pacific areas and so on, and that they were very, very anxious to make some marketing plans to increase some direct routes from areas where they used to have a lot of tourists visit our province. So the no, I mean, talking to the service industry, hotel association having recruiting fairs and so on. So there's actually a lot of things going on to recruit, retrain, and obtain the necessary labor force that's required. But again, it's certainly very challenging, and it's something that is happening right across the country.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. And yes, I hope we are working hard at finding ways to find people for the industry as they open up. And 1,000 jobs is a big concern when I saw that number. So I'm sure the department is working hard to find solutions. My next question is, we are very interested to hear from the Minister regarding the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. I know I'm so excited for the Art Gallery and the new design, but can the Minister update us on how the new build is progressing? And has your government implemented any additional safeguards to ensure the project stays on budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member of the question. And when I think of a new art gallery, I mean, what can be more exciting than that? And I think of the great success and the new library in Halifax, and what that has meant to to not only the community but to the province. And with regard to the art gallery, and it's no hidden secret that there's due to pandemic, whatever you're doing, there's certainly escalating costs seem to arise. And for example, Mr. Chair, I spent a fair bit of my time doing some carpenter work, That's probably something that, you know, you may consider, Mr. Chair, if you ever want someone to build a deck for you. I mean, you have my phone number. So, but Mr. Chair, the point I'm going at is pre-pandemic, Mr. Chair, a 2x4, an 8-foot 2x4 was somewhere between $2 and $2.50 a stud. They're around $10 or $11 right now. Just totally incredible. So you can imagine just building a new room in the basement of your house, all the studding that you would need for your wall, and compare the price of a 225 to whatever it might be, $9, $11. It's just totally incredible, and that's just one small item. You know, a 4x8 pressure board, and I'm not talking about wood plywood. I'm talking about a 4x8 sheet that has tripled in cost. That so that contractors are having quite a difficult time coming up with an estimate to you know, to build things. Anyway, back to the art gallery. I must agree with the honorable member that this is an exciting project, and what it's going to do for the province, let alone you know, Halifax, the capital city, but the tourists that will be coming from all parts of the world to a world-class art gallery. It's just going to be, I believe, just going to be magnificent. And so, I mean, of course, our plans are, you know, keeping in within the budget, and we're planning to work with the approved budget that is on the tables right now.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. That was a way around the. I understand, we know, but maybe the minister can be more specific and give me what was the budget. I believe it were around 70 million. I should have had that written when we announced it. Where are we today? What figures does he have for us? Where is the budget as of today? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. The province committed 70 million. The federal government committed to 30 million. And there's a major fundraising campaign underway, and they're committed to acquiring 30 million. So we're talking about 130 million, and the planning is to kind of work with that approved budget.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West with 10 minutes to go.
Sorry, just the last sentence I didn't hear. We are still within budget for the 130 million? Is that what I heard at the end? I didn't hear the last sentence you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my last statement was we're still planning to work within the approved budget. That's where we're doing everything we can to stay within that the budget that I just mentioned, the 70-30-30.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I do know how hard it is. In the last 10 minutes, maybe a quick question without too much. The department's business plan, there is a section that discusses voluntary sector planning and identifying feasibility of record checks for the non-profit sector. Could the minister please elaborate on this point, feasibility as the cost of record checks? So I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but that's the bill that I tabled on Friday. For me, I was a volunteer, and I always had to pay $30 to get a police record check. And it's, you know, for volunteers, I don't know how we can ask volunteers to pay for something when they're giving us time free. So what is the amount of money that it requires? how much money do we collect every year from the voluntary check, and what is the budget for that if we are to absorb it?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, to the honorable member, I enjoyed that question, honorable member, because I lost count of how many times I had to do a check myself throughout the numerous years volunteering in my community, coaching a variety of sport teams, male and female, and I know exactly where you're coming from. I know exactly what you're feeling. It's the volunteers do such great work. I mean, all they have to do is look through the past 2 years, the excellent work that volunteers did across our province. And one thing Nova Scotia is noted for is we probably have the best volunteers in the country as far as number of volunteers, percentage of volunteers, and so on. So yeah, I mean I agree with the member. It's kind of a barrier, I think, towards volunteers. What's happening? I can tell the member what's happening right now in the department and across some other departments is we're doing some. There's been research happening concerning this here, and we're looking at ways how can we improve this? How can we be of help to volunteers because of the incredible work that they do. I have it marked down here again to make sure to the member that it's something that we're going to continue to look at and discuss at our regular meeting. So I want to thank you for bringing that up because I've heard that so many times, and I felt the same way. I mean, just in last year, I had to do a police check. Now, when I walk into the Glasgow Police Station, Mr. Chair, there's not a police officer in there that doesn't know me. Okay, for the right reasons, Mr. Chair. but here I am. I'm doing a police check, and of course, you have to pay for those police checks. So it's something that I'm glad the member brought up, and we'll certainly be looking into it and seeing if there's any way that we can help out.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
With only 4 minutes, this is a quick one. I hope the minister has faster answer for this one. Regarding the River John Food Bank that was announced on March 16, what grant or funding stream was this distributed through? And why was the original request was for 163,000, but then it became 650,000? Can the minister clarify why did it increase by 5 times? First, which stream and the increase as well?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage with a minute and a half.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'll be as quick as I can. The that particular operation, in order to make it sustainable, the initial funding certainly was inadequate. So I mean, there was some year-end funding became available. So in order to have the federal government to be a partner in this here, you know, certain things have to happen. So we know we talk about food security. We know that there's a critical gap in the province and so on. We know the project was based on merits. The Community Support Society of River John, they will operate that food bank, and which will include an emergency food pantry, a community garden and greenhouse. It'll offer educational food literacy programs. We know that the facility will also be used by local groups in the area, including the 4-H Club, local church groups, health services, River John Ladies Group, and Seniors Group, and others. So basically, it was an opportunity
Order.
to work.
I now, the Liberals' time has expired, the Liberal Party's time has expired, and now pass it over to the NDP caucus. And the member for Halifax Needham, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just going to cut right to the chase here. DPAD is a critical voice for our community, and I know the minister is very well aware of their role. I would like the minister to assure DPAD and the African Nova Scotian community that the organization can expect reliable funding through the minister's mandate. This is a question of a yes or no. Minister?
Minister, Ian's got a minute left there.
Minister, you're on, put it on mute. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the honorable member for the question. Nice to see you this evening. A quick answer would be the DPAD funding supports the provincial DPAD Coalition Alliance with operational funding with a multi-year agreement investment. So the coalition has just completed their 3rd year of the 4-year agreement. So DPAD Coalition represents 30 of the many organizations that serve the African Nova Scotia communities. So we've just completed 3rd year, and we're into our 4th year at present time.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Minister, for that. And I'm wondering, can you commit to continuing the funding for that particular program?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Must be getting late, Mr. Chair, because I'm having trouble finding my mouse. Anyway, the answer to the honorable member's question is again, there's 1 year left in the program. So what will happen is we go through this 4th year is we're going to be working with DPAD and with regard to access to funding and any other needs that DPAD may need or have or want going forward.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that, Minister. We're going to have a deeper conversation about this particular part of the department. But my next question is going to be, I've heard some concerns from the community about the Land Titles Initiative being moved from ANSA. We know there's expertise in the African Nova Scotian Affairs Department around the particular systemic barriers faced by African Nova Scotians that they believe is necessary to administering this program. Can I ask the minister, and briefly, to address these concerns, and is it possible for you to shift it back to the African Nova Scotia, to ANSA?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for that question. I guess to the honorable member, I'll try to answer this way. I've heard some of those concerns myself, but I can say this much, that government is working and will continue working together with other departments in government. And we all know collaboration is so critical, so important. And again, daily, weekly, working with the deputy and the associate deputy ministers for the Department of Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage, and African Nova Scotian Affairs, and Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives. So I can say to the member that the government is looking at all aspects of the LTI. It's just not a single office working on this initiative. It's a whole government approach, and I mean justice is involved, DNR involved, ANSA is involved, OEA is involved. So it's the tentacles have been spreading everywhere with regard to this.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much. I won't ask a question, but I will say this. I hear all of those pieces. Yes, there's collaboration. There needs to be. But when we think about where it lands and what it's about the African Nova Scotian community, which in turn should be specific to ANSA, because it is an African Nova Scotian Affairs department, which will also be affected in other ways. But I will say these are discussions that we can have thoroughly over the next little bit, because I really want to pick your brain on a number of other pieces. And obviously 10 o'clock at night is not the best time to be asking questions. As myself, I get a bit, I'm out there. So I really appreciate your time there, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you to the member. Minister, before concluding the consideration of the estimates for tonight, I invite the minister to offer closing remarks and then read the department's estimates resolution. Time is now 9:38. We have to close by 9:43.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all the members from the Liberals and the NDP parties for their thoughtful questions tonight. I hope we were able to answer most of them, and of course the ones that we were unable to, we will certainly provide any information that we may have, and then get that to them quickly. I certainly want to thank the staff at CCTH, ANSA, the OEA, the staff, from the deputy ministers and associate deputy ministers to right down the line. We're blessed with great staff that are very dedicated, enthusiastic, do a terrific job. And I again, like I mentioned earlier, I find myself very fortunate to be able to have the opportunity to work with them. They're very open-minded, and it's just a pleasure working with them, Mr. Chair. So with having said that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to conclude by with the resolutions on estimates, if I may.
Please.
Resolve that a sum not exceeding 141,951,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage pursuant to the estimate. Resolve that a sum not exceeding 4,803,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives pursuant to the estimate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Shall Resolution E3 stand? All those in favor say I agree or agree. Those opposed? The resolution stands. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
It is now 9:40 and the House is set to adjourn at 10 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. So I ask you to please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole House must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day, and they'll be completed at 9:53 next door. So I adjourn today's meeting on Subcommittee on Supply. Thank you, Minister.